Greetings, adventurers. Good morning. How's it going? Welcome. Today we are making some D&D monsters and NPCs together, but I hope everyone's doing well. Welcome in. How's everyone doing? How's everyone's weekend been? Cause I woke up like an hour ago. An hour? Maybe half an hour. No, more like an hour. But I'm still waking up. I just had my coffee, so we should be good in like a few minutes, hopefully. But welcome in everyone. Welcome. For those of you who don't know, I will be running a one-shot sometime, I'm not sure, in the next few weeks for the Ravenous Boys. For those of you who don't know what a one-shot is, a one-shot for D&D is just a, it's like a little, it's kind of like what the name implies, a adventure, D&D adventure that gets done in one session rather than, normally when you play D&D, it can span a few sessions to like, you know, a few weeks, a few months, a few years. But a one-shot's kind of like a small adventure where everything gets complete in just one session. So, hence the name one shot. Yeah, self-contained one session game, exactly. So it's a little less, you know, open world than a normal D&D adventure where, you know, the players can literally do or go wherever they want. Because obviously there is a time limit to it. Everything has to be done. Like a short story rather than a novel. Exactly. So for this one shot, you know, I'm not gonna reveal everything about it, but what we're gonna do is, you know, I'm gonna keep the main plot hidden from you guys as well, so that you guys are entertained and surprised when you see it, when I run it for the Ravenous Boys. But what we're gonna do is, in every D&D adventure, there's always going to be, you know, monsters to fight, there's going to be puzzles to solve, and there's going to be NPCs to interact with. So, you guys are going to be helping me with that today. We're going to be making some monsters and NPCs together that the boys will get to interact with, maybe fight, everything like that. So, should be a lot of fun. Buddy my, good morning, I hope you slept well. Do you have any cleaning tips or motivation? Gonna be cleaning while listening to stream today. Honestly, that's kind of you ready? That is my tip as well. You're already doing it though. Whenever I'm trying to do household chores or anything like that, I find that having something in the background which is kind of entertaining and I can keep my mind off things, definitely helps me. So like if I put a stream on in the background, or like, you know, I'm listening to some like D&D kind of thing or whatever, or, you know, even listening to an audiobook or anything, I find it's a lot easier because I'm not focusing on actually doing the chore. I'm focusing on, you know, listening to the story or the stream or whatever. So to me, you're doing it right already. "97 doesn't clean, that's what they made Maru's jobs." I wish. Well, I've only got one room with a cardboard box and my PC setup, so honestly not too much to clean up, thankfully. Oh, yes. Thank you for the reminder as well. For the green, everyone, you know what? This is good. Everybody stretch before we start. Big stretch, guys. Stretch to the left. 1, 2, 3. Stretch to the right. 1, 2, 3. Your last D&D campaign was 5 years. Recently ended last year. Aww. That's yeah, D&D campaigns can go for a while. I think the longest one I did was like 3 years. I don't think it went more than that, so But you know, it's always fun playing D&D. You also attending a D&D wedding at the end of the year for your friends? That's so cool. Yeah. But yeah, some D&D campaigns can go for quite a long time. And it's really cool because, you know, you're building the power of friendship with your characters, but also just with your friends as well. Just being able to... It's a really good kind of thing to catch up with your friends and just like, you know, being able to... Let me adjust my microphone 1 second. Just being able to hang out on a regular basis is always kind of nice. What's the longest campaign? The longest one I've played in was 3 years, about 3.5, around 3 years. I don't know exactly. Mine's been going on for like 3 years, but we haven't missed a session in like 8 months. Ooh. Oh, we haven't had a session. Oh. Yeah, sometimes it can be really hard to schedule, you know, a regular thing as well. That's the other hard thing. Thankfully, the one that went 3 years, we played almost weekly. We played almost weekly for 3 years, you know. Every like 3 or 4 weeks, we'd take a 1 week break, and then we'll keep going. But yeah. I tried to play D&D, but could not quite get into it. Maybe if taught differently, I would enjoy it, learning about the creatures and world and such. But look at the stuff and like, how? I mean, D&D, it's complicated because it's not just the game. It's also the players and the DM and so much other things involved in it as well. It's, yeah, it is complicated because a lot of DMs have a different like DMing style. For those of you who don't know, DM is Dungeon Master. So for D&D or games like that, tabletop role-playing games, normally there's a DM or GM, which is like the Game Master or the Dungeon Master, which they're kind of in charge of telling the story, and then there's obviously the players who play in the world. But a lot of people have different styles, you know. Some people focus a lot more on combat and min-maxing and trying to, you know, kind of treat it more like a game where they're trying to just defeat the enemies and quote-unquote win D&D. Like how you'd win a game. But then there's a lot of people who also like role-playing, and that's kind of like, you know, to me, I'm more on the role-playing side where like, you know, I like a mix of both, obviously. It's good to, you know, get achievements, defeat enemies, but at the same time, the most fun, I think, and what makes D&D so special over a normal game is the role-playing aspect, where you can just interact with, you know, anyone in the world. You can interact with your friends who are players, you can interact with NPCs, and there's no kind of limit to how you can solve a problem because it's not hard stuck in just a program game. So I think that's one of the best things about D&D as well. But you know, it's kind of different because a lot of DMs, every DM's different. Some of them like really go by the rules and don't really give players that much flexibility, which is fine as well. But yeah, sometimes if you find you've tried D&D but it wasn't for you or you didn't enjoy it, maybe sometimes it was not just the game but like the players you're playing with or the DM. Not to say that they're bad, but maybe their style of play just doesn't resonate with what you like. So it's good to kind of try out different things or, you know, find out what kind of players you mesh with. I like role-playing with some finding, but the numbers and rolls be like, yeah, the DM I had was more battle-oriented. Maybe that's why it didn't work. Yeah, yeah, there's a lot of difference. I've played in a lot of different games, and I've also DM'd a lot of games, and Yeah, there's definitely a lot of variety when it comes to DMs as well, because some of them just like throwing challenges at the players and like just testing them and scaring them and making sure that they're like struggling the whole time. And some players really like that, but some don't. So once again, I don't think there's really a bad, I mean, there's obviously bad players in DMs, but for the most part, I think it's not really that DMs or players are bad. It's just that they have different playing or DM styles to what you might want. So it's always good to try different games as well. What I know about D&D is that a bard is basically what the Rizzler is supposed to be. That is, I mean, once again, a bard can definitely be what the Rizzler is supposed to be. But at the same time, you know, a bard doesn't have to be that way. That's the fun thing about D&D. You can create whatever character you want. You know. It's fun when you got opposing players too, like super rule stickler and combining them with sneaky players. Yeah, it's just as long as everyone is on the same page of they're trying to, at the end of the day, have fun, then it can be really good experience. But sometimes when people are too clashing and you know, you can have player drama where someone wants to roleplay and talk to all of the cool NPCs in town, and then one other person's like, let's skip all this, let's just go fight monsters. Then it can be very jarring for the table as well. So it's one thing I've learned is you want, you know, people with sort of mixed personalities, but at the end of the day, their player or DM style has to be somewhat matching. Otherwise, it can be cause for a lot of boring points for some people as well. Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, say there's a NPC who's kind of like in the gray area, or like an enemy who's in the gray area where what they're doing is maybe sort of right, sort of wrong, and you know, some players might want to try and talk to them and convince them or show them the error of their ways and try and get them on their side, but then another player is just like, no, I attack them, let's just fight. It might kill the role-playing aspect for some players as well. So, you know, once again, a little bit of difference is fine, but if players are too different, it kind of, I guess it stops everyone from enjoying Philly. So, it's kind of looking for players and people you mesh with, you know. Is it important to find friends who are close in the way they play? Once again, close enough. Obviously, it's gonna be near impossible to find players that like do exactly, like play exactly the same and want exact same thing. But as long as everyone's on the same page and kind of understands the motivation and wants everyone to have fun, then I think it's okay. It is very necessary to have other character talks to keep the team on the same page in-game. Yeah. I think sometimes, yeah. Not gonna lie, I don't know much about D&D, but I'll try my best to understand while watching. I did do a stream a few weeks ago that kind of high level went over like, well, you know, at a very basic level, I should say. At a very basic level, went over what D&D is and kind of the mechanics of it. But in terms of actually playing D&D, I think once I start running one-shots and everything, it's not too hard to pick up. As long as you know what, like, the dice rolls and everything are doing, it's actually not too bad, I think. Because at the end of the day, it is kind of just storytelling with a bit of a dice gotcha. So, you know, even if you don't really get the dice roll in part of it, you can still enjoy the story if people are into it and role-playing. The bane of a DM's existence has to be all the stuff and potential route they plan and how much is never ever seen by characters. that is true. But you know, when I do that, like if I plan something in a proper campaign, not just a one shot it's kind of easier, but like even in a proper campaign, if I choose like, okay, there's 3 different routes that the players can go. If they choose just one, I will somehow like rework the other 2 routes into a future kind of encounter for the players. So I don't really let most things go to waste. Some like lore aspects and everything might. But you know, you can still reuse some stuff. Question, is it a must to have dice? I mean, there's digital dice rollers for free and everything, so you don't have to have physical dice. But yeah. You know, it can be cool to have physical dice, but when you play online, it's kind of easier to use digital dice as well because everyone can see the rolls and it makes it a lot more exciting when everyone can see it together. So, yeah. So the simple explanation is it's a role-playing dice gacha. Kind of. It's a storytelling role-playing dice gacha, and that's what D&D is. I think online it was Roll20. Yeah, Roll20 is normally the big one that's used, and D&D Beyond as well are kind of the 2 things that people use. Digital dice can also be instant, and we don't have to wait for it to show the number exactly. And everyone, I've heard D&D dice is tasty. Don't eat them. And don't eat them. They may look like candy, but don't eat them. You can't eat D&D dice. But they do look like shiny candy. Yeah, I have some of the best dice. Like, in real life, I have some of the, I have some really nice dice. Yeah. But I cannot show you guys. Some of the, I mean, I can't show most of them because some of them is like, kind of, how would I say this? It's, some of them are like special limited edition things, and some of them are they custom made? Yeah, some of them are custom, so like, you know, I got them yeah. Cause some custom dice, you know, they kind of personalized, but you know, the 20 symbol has been like, because a lot of times when you get dice as well, you know, a 20 on the dice, on a d20, on a 20-sided dice, is it's considered, you know, the best number that you want to get. So sometimes instead of the 20, they'll put a logo there, and or like some kind of symbol and stuff. So yeah. I can't really show my dice. Do you own any metal dice sets? I do, but the best ones I made myself. You know, the thing is, you know, of course I do everything, and I made my own just because, you know, I'm really into D&D. I've been a DM for like 10 years or so, but I made like the prettiest dice. Maybe one day, I'm not sure because it's a lot of work, but maybe one day I can make a custom one as well, and then I can show you guys, like I can make a custom one with perhaps, like, you know, see the mark on my forehead. I think that would fit really well on a D20. But once again, because I put like different logos and everything on there, I can't really show it. Do you ever be a player? I do be a player. Sometimes. At the moment, I'm unfortunately not in any D&D campaigns or not running any because obviously I'm way too busy for that. But hopefully I can start running more. Like once we get this thing off the ground, hopefully I can, you know, make more or do more sessions and play more D&D with everyone. Do you prefer to be a player or DM? That's a tough one. I really do enjoy being a DM. I like creating things. I like, you know, I do like, you know, because I am a very, I guess, creative person, artsy person, I do like creating, you know, world building, making different worlds, making different NPCs and monsters and everything. But, at the same time, it is sometimes nice to be a player. I feel like player, it's very, it's so much easier to be a player, obviously. You just have fun roleplay and just get to enjoy the experience. But yeah, DMing definitely is a lot of work, but it can be like a lot of fun where at the end of the day, like you see how much fun your players are having and how much, you know, how much they're looking forward to the next session as well and everything like that. That can be very rewarding. So I do prefer being a DM to a player, but at the same time, it is of course like 1,000 times more work. Yeah. So being a DM is like fleshing out your own OC universe and letting others interact with it. Pretty much. That is exactly it. I think one of the things about being a DM though is knowing what to flesh out. You know, because obviously you can spend all the time in the world fleshing out every single continent on your world. You can, you know, every single city, every single town, every single village, every single NPC. But the truth of the matter is, at the end of the day, the players are going to interact with less than 1% of what you make. If you make a whole world. So, you know, if you want to make sure you have everything prepared for your players, you kind of, once again, you have to kind of know your players and what generally they're going to do. And then you have to, you know, you can be a little more specific. Have you ever started DMing a group and then realized you didn't vibe with their playstyle part of the way in? I have. A lot of times, the good thing about D&D is even if you start a campaign, you know, at the end of the day, like after each, like, say story arc, like little thing where they defeat it can be a major or minor villain, you can kind of choose to stop anytime. You can say like, you know, after they beat a villain, you can be like, you know, the adventures continue, but that's a story for another time. And, you know, finish the kind of party or session there. Like, you don't have to... If you're not vibing as well, I think everyone can kind of tell. And so, as long as, you know, it doesn't end horribly, I think it's okay to stop if you're not really vibing with the table. Mm-hmm. And then they spend 1 hour talking to the NPC that you didn't make a lure for it. Uh-huh. Maybe in the future as well, I'll share some tips on how I kind of move things around as a DM to kind of make my games run smoother in terms of like how to make NPCs and all of their lore and important background information and stuff. Mm-hmm. But, alright. Well, I mean, we've been talking about D&D, so it has been on topic. But, let us go to here. Alright, we can keep talking about D&D. So, once again, because this is a D&D stream, if you guys have any questions, on on anything D&D related, feel free to ask as well. And I'll do my best to try and answer them as much as I can. Alright, let's just create a big thing for now. Okay, so for this, once again, what class do you like to play the most if you're a player? I like always changing class. I never... if I've played one character and they were like a certain class, I will always try to pick a different class the next time I play. Alright, let's just... yeah. For me, once again, like I always say, I like variety. Over here, like, Altus just walk me step by step through playing it. Maybe we can incorporate some aspects from different mascots into the monsters. Maybe in the future we can, yeah, do something like that. But for the mascots as well, that might be something I do in the future because I don't want to incorporate that really into a monster and have the players kill the mascots or mascot related monsters at the same time. You know, that can obviously come off as a little iffy. But maybe in the future, if I create something like, you know, they have to save a whole, you know, they're wandering in a I don't know, abandoned factory, and there's a small group of rascals that they have to save. That can be fun, you know, where, you know, obviously it's more like on the good side where they're trying to either protect or save or interact with like that. We could do something like that, but you know, in the future. For this one, I do have ideas and everything that I can do for in the future. I do have plans to run some kind of like loosely lore-related sessions where it's going to give you like kind of little tidbits of like a lore from Gaia and stuff like that, or you know, different worlds and everything. But for the one-shot, the first one-shot I run is not going to be, well, I mean it might be, but not going to be as lore-related. Just because I do want the boys to have fun first and kind of learn the game, and then once they're more comfortable with the game, then I can start like, you know, putting in little hints of lore, little lore drops here and there of everything. But I do have a very fun kind of sessions planned in the future. Are they all new players? They are all new players. I think the only person before, I mean, beside the kind of quick session I ran before for the boys, I think Melon had played once or twice before, and then the others had never played. So yeah, all of them are pretty new players. And Nayu, I still have to go over the rules with him so he understands what's happening before we get to the one shot. But yeah. So okay, I'll just quickly go through here. Let me move a few things over 1 second so I can draw a bit more. But for one shot, okay. So for a D&D one shot, normally how the loose thing, obviously every one shot could be different, but how it kind of goes is like, obviously there's, I'm not sure, I think I went through this, might have gone through this in the introduction to D&D, but normally there's an intro for one shot where like, this is kind of like setting the scene, setting the goal, introducing the characters, all that kind of stuff. So for the one shot, how I plan it is have a little thing where, yeah, a little bit of tell the players a little bit about the world, what's happening, and gives them the goal for the session, for the one shot. So that's kind of where you introduce, yeah, how to play. If you watch the previous D&D stream I did, it's kind of like how I was telling, I can't remember it right now, but it was something about like, you know, the rats were ever running and stealing cheese. And go into a secret manor up on the hill or something. Stuff like that. It's kind of like, it makes it kind of obvious to, you know, for the players. It's like, okay, we have to either go to the town and go to that manor and check out why all of the cheese are being stolen, or that kind of thing. The boys didn't even make it to the manor. No, because that was just an introduction. So if we had chosen to run that one shot, it would take, normally I think one shots normally take like 2 to 4 hours, but it would have been a very long stream. And I do want to save that proper one shot for when like all of the ravenous boys are here as well. Do you roll with the world building as you DM? Wait, what do you mean by that? Do you roll with it? As in just create it as I go? Normally I kind of create things beforehand, so I have a general idea and I can still make things up on the spot. But generally I still have a base idea of what's happening and how everything around is interacting, so that it helps inform my world building so that it doesn't completely go off the rails. See, I'm already interested. Rats taking cheese to the manor. Alright. If all Ravenous members are in the D&D universe, what would their classes be? Good question. I would say if it's just like the lore accurate, if it's a lore accurate, or more lore accurate, I guess, Nayu fits the vibes of a warlock. Just because of the tentacles and everything like that. Yeah, Ryza would definitely be either barbarian or fighter. Let's say barbarian. Let's see, who else is there? Nyx would be an artificer. Yeah, I can see that. Artificer, or you know what, that kind of makes sense, I would say. Or he could technically, yeah, I would say Nelem, wizard or sorcerer. Melem would be a sorcerer. So for wizards are people kind of like if you think about Harry Potter, you have to go to school to learn magic. You have to study magic, you have to read books and everything to learn new spells. That's a wizard. Sorcerer kind of has innate magic and they can just use it. It's kind of like Melem is like a fire sorcerer, where he just had magic. He didn't have to like really go to school to learn that. A fire genie. Or at the same time, he could also be a warlock. That could also be because there's a lot of different patrons. As when you're a warlock, you know, Gnome could be a genasi. That's different because that's talking about his species rather than his class. We're talking about classes here. Because warlocks, I know there is a genie patron path, which kind of fits him almost perfectly as well. Yeah, though I guess Nayu and Melem can be warlocks, but just different patrons. Magic nepotism is crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What would you be? Good question. Wait, shouldn't you also be a knight or fighter? I mean, it depends on like if we're looking more at the skill set that each class gets, or like the kind of lore behind everything. Perhaps a sorcerer might. Not a monk. Monks normally go barehanded fighting, or use monk weapons. Altus is definitely multi-classing. I would assume so as well. Paladin maybe, magic and fighting. Yeah, or it would either be something like that or like a multi-class between a few different things, but yeah, I guess. Yeah, the thing is, sorcerer is a bit too squishy. But yeah, it have to be some kind of some sort of multi-class for that. All right. Anyway, but as I was explaining here, all right. So for one shots, there's the intro where you introduce everything, introduce the players, the goals, the setting, everything else, and then normally there's kind of like the. It can go in any order, but normally there's like an encounter. Encounter 1, which is kind of normally this is like a small fight. Say like, a brawl breaks out in the tavern between two rivaling factions of something. Or, a bunch of goblins decide to attack the town, trying to steal instead of trying to steal money or food or anything, they're after a certain object. And then you have to figure out why or something. A small encounter that doesn't take too long, but it kind of gives the players a little bit of like a little chance to at least use their skills, get to fight a little bit, everything like that. Then there's obviously like roleplay and them trying to figure out what happened. Yeah, so plot point 1, like a starting point. Yeah, that's kind of like intro to combat, and also the encounter kind of moves the story forward, especially for a one shot. You're trying to finish everything in one session. So I guess you're trying to move everything forward. Combat tutorial, I guess it's kind of like the combat tutorial, but it depends as well if you have new players or not. But it might serve as a combat tutorial. It might serve as just moving the plot forward, or might serve as like giving little hints to the players and everything. How do you use dice to determine the odds? I remember my brain exploded when you were doing all the calculations during the first D&D stream. Okay, let me just go through this first and then I will answer that. Just because that's going to be a whole tangent of itself. Alright, encounter 1. Normally there's like 3 things as well. So there's encounter 1 that is a that I like doing is encounter 1, then is problem 1. I'm not sure if this is counted as 1. Alright, so I guess the next thing is intro. There's the problem. There's the non-combat problem. So pretty much after they've had a taste of battle, after they've had a taste of like, you know, butchering a bunch of goblins or whatever else that was trying to fight them. Normally this should be an easy one, so they should win and be okay. But for the problem, there's normally something else that happens after. It can either be directly related to their encounter, or it can be just a whole separate thing. But normally the problem that they have after that involves a lot of skill checks rather than battle. So they can't just unga bunga their way out of this. It's kind of like they have to use their brains a little bit. They have to yeah, they have to try use the power of teamwork to solve a problem, certain problem, rather than just I attack it. And then of course at the end, after they've solved the problem and continue on their way, normally at the end of the at the end of it is going to be encounter 2, which is the big battle. That's kind of like how a one-shot sort of goes. Obviously there's a lot of role-playing and problem solving and plot points in the middle of everything, but that's kind of how everything goes for a quick D&D one-shot summary. Alright, but for this one, and this in particular, obviously in the intro or here, this one right here, and this one, we're going to need, so I'm going to run something like this for the Ravenous boys, but we're going to need something to throw at them for these encounters. And then wrap up, that's a pretty straightforward skeleton, yeah. Pretty much this is for one shot. Once again, a normal D&D session's a bit different because anything can happen. It's very like, you know, they can go in any direction they want, or like, you know, depends on the player's backstory as well. It might involve something different. But because you're trying to finish everything in a certain time and make sure everything is wrapped up nicely and everyone's satisfied, it kind of follows this. Is there a specific amount of hours a one-shot should approximately be, or does it differ? It definitely differs depending on, once again, a few things. One, how long the player's concentration is, how into it everyone is, and I guess, you know, the... what would it be called? The endurance of each player. How long does a normally a D&D campaign go for? A campaign is a whole different thing. It can be 1 year, it can be 1 week. I mean, you know, it can be a few weeks, a few months, a few years. It really depends on the players, and kind of, you know, in D&D normally, you get from level 1 to 20. 1 being, you know, you might die to a goblin. A goblin attacking you with a short sword is scary. And level 20 is pretty much you're basically gods. Well, some classes are basically gods. You can pretty much challenge gods and fight everything. But a lot of times, campaigns don't get to level 20 because by that time you're super OP and, you know, you have to power scale everything up a lot to challenge the players. So even for the, I believe for the campaign that I was playing for like 3 years, I think we ended around level 14 or 15. You don't have to get to level 20 for a campaign as well. What's the best way to make a session ADHD friendly for when your character is not actively involved but want to stay engaged? That's kind of also part of, I guess, the DM and the players. even if your character isn't directly involved, your character can still be making suggestions. Like, say one of the I feel like your character can always be involved in some way. Like, even if it's, say, like you're in a normal campaign and you're going through another player's backstory, you know, you're versing the enemy, like the arch rival of one of the other players, you can still, you know, be talking to the other player and try to figure out different ways you can help them, or preparing for the battle, or doing lots of different stuff. It's, I guess, up to you and the DM to kind of make sure that everyone is somehow contributing in some way. The timing of this stream lined up so well. I'm currently prepping for a session in an hour. Nice, nice. What decides when the players get to level up? Okay, quickly, there is also 2 ways normally that the players level up. Either XP base, which is not really used that much. XP is like, you know, kind of like a game. Every time the players defeat a certain like enemy, or like they do a certain task and stuff, they get experience points. Once they get enough, they level up. But they can be very hard and tricky to track. Normally what happens is for level up, it's normally milestone based. So every time they like accomplish a certain mission, or accomplish a certain task, or do a certain thing that DM sets, then they can level up that way. You know, like they defeat a, you know, a young dragon, or they, you know, clear out the forest and save the fairies from some evil witch or something, then they can like level up to the next level and stuff like that. So pretty much every time they I guess this is more story based as well, but every time they beat something, or like feel like they've like overcome a challenge, then they can level up. Question: since you can kill an NPC, does that mean flirting with them is an option? Yes, it is an option, but once again, you know, for all of that kind of thing, I guess, you know, it depends what character you have, but at the same time, it's also, you gotta think of, because it is, you know, all of the NPCs are controlled by the DM. Each NPC has its own, it's not like a game where it's just pre-programmed, right? You can do whatever, you can interact with however you want with NPCs, but I've seen way too many people, not just in my games, where they try to, because they can flirt with everyone, I should say, just because you can flirt with everyone doesn't mean you should. Because one, a lot of people don't know how to flirt, and it just comes off as creepy. And 2, obviously just because your character has high charisma, it doesn't mean that you can just seduce every single NPC out there. Because it is still, you know, even if you roll a natural 20 on, like, say, a persuasion check or charisma check or performance check or whatever it is, that pretty much means that your character does the best of their ability at what they're doing, with maybe a little bit of flair added in. But say, like, you know, your character goes up to, say, you know, tries to seduce a dragon. Like, you know, the typical, okay, a bard's trying to seduce a dragon, but maybe the dragon in this world doesn't, you know, maybe they're magic and they don't interact or reproduce with humans or whatever. Then no matter what you do, you can't seduce a dragon. If you know what I mean. Just because you roll good doesn't always mean, you know, you can't just break the laws of the game or like just like completely brainwash someone. Also, language barriers to just remember that, and NPCs have their own personalities and such too, like people in real life, exactly. Mm-hmm. Reminds you of the player who intimidates every NPC and ended up not getting help from them when needed. Exactly. There is definitely consequences to your actions as well. You know, there can be a lot of consequences, and because once again, you know, the DM can do whatever, you know. It's not just like, oh, you can get away with it because it's pre-programmed and they're not going to come after you or be petty about it. Sometimes maybe you might be labeled by a creep by the whole town and no one wants to work with your party anymore. Stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So, but that's not to say that there isn't a time and place for stuff like, you know, flirting with NPCs and everything, because there definitely are some NPCs or stuff that, like, you know, would definitely be open to that, those kind of interactions, but kind of like in real life, use a bit of common sense instead of just trying to flirt with every single thing that moves. Anyway, for this stream, I did want to, at this point and this point here, we do want to create some monsters or enemies for the Ravenous Boys that they're going to fight or battle or encounter. For this one shot, do you think Ravenous members would try and use that tactic? I mean, who knows? The thing about D&D, which is the good and bad thing, is you never know what's gonna happen. It's not like a super pre-programmed thing. The characters can and do have the ability to do anything and everything within their power. So it's not like, no, you can't walk here, no, you can't attack here, you can't do this or can't do that. But I will tell the boys that, you know, obviously with the one shot they don't want to you know, waste too much time, and we do want to have a outcome by the end of the stream. Need a Paimon NPC, let's do that later. Alright, so for this one as well, kind of because this is going to be a one shot that's a bit more not connected to any lore or anything, but just letting them play D&D and get to understand the game. For the intro, before we start making monsters or anything, I think what we're gonna do is, let's set a theme, let's set a world or town or setting first, so that the monsters make a bit more sense there. Alright, so if you guys want to help come up with ideas, where is this taking place? Where is this one shot gonna take place? And this is gonna be more traditional fantasy, rather than, you know, futuristic cyberpunk kind of stuff. Yeah, so don't think of lore right now, but kind of like in terms of right now, what I'm thinking more of as in okay, say they might start in some sort of village or town or whatever it is, but are we in a desert? Are we in a forest? Are we in a cave? Are we in a mountain? Are we in an enchanted forest? Are we by the sea? Those kind of things will also more likely determine what kind of enemies they see as well. You keep thinking pirates. Okay, that can be an idea. Pirates, forest, near the sea would be cool for sea monsters. pirates. I mean, yeah, we could. Enchanted forest. Are they already a team or meeting for the first time? You don't have to worry about that. For now, I will create everything for the storyline to make sure everything works out. But for now, we're trying to find a setting first. Alright, forest, sea, desert. You know what? I'm gonna do a poll quickly here. Alright, setting. Whoop. Answer views. No. Okay, here we go. 1 second. So the first is going to be a enchanted forest. Second one is going to be by the sea. The last one's going to be in the desert. Alright. So I guess you guys can vote. We'll have that open for maybe 5 minutes or so. So sea can be kind of like, you know, I guess we can go with the kind of pirate theme and everything for that. Forest can be, you know, there might be some magical stuff, magical fairies and whatnot. And desert, we can think of that as well. Alright, once again, feel free to vote. Merman. Will there perhaps be mushroom people? Once again, once we decide on the setting, we can start making NPCs and monsters. Which is the whole goal of this stream. So, right now, Enchanted Forest is winning. What do I think about earthworms when I hear the word desert? I mean, you know, there could be giant kind of worms that pop up, kind of like, you know, there's a few in D&D. Or we can, but we'll be making our own. Alright, I'll give it 2 more minutes, guys. Actually, 1 more minute. 1 more minute, and we'll see what happens. But right now, Enchanted Forest is winning. Alright, by the looks of it, I think Enchanted Forest is going to definitely win. But, you know, I'll give it 30 more seconds. Forest wins this one. Once again, feel free to vote, guys. I can't actually see who votes for what. I can only see, at the end of the day, I can only see the percentages as well. So it's also a good time for lurkers. If you guys ever want to interact with stream, now's your chance. Just click on one of the options. I'll never know who pressed what. Alright, here we go. We're gonna end the poll. It looks like Enchanted Forest won. Okay, so we have an Enchanted Forest. Alright. The grass should be dangerous. I feel called out as a lurker. I mean, you know, a lot of times, not always, but I do hear sometimes, I do see on Twitter and stuff, people do comment that sometimes they want to comment or like interact with stream, but they're too scared to. So I guess those are always kind of fun little ways that they can contribute. Alright, so we're in an enchanted forest. That is kind of how it's gonna be. So most probably, starting is going to be somewhat like they start in some sort of town or village where some NPC is going to tell them about some problem happening in the forest, and they're gonna have to go explore and find their way. I used to be a lurker for a month. Nothing wrong with lurkers. We love lurkers here as well. But thank you for commenting as well. If it's Enchanted Forest, I always think those visual novel games happen in the middle of the forest. Alright. So what we're gonna do first, I guess, with this setting, is we might, for this starting village, or for the NPCs they're gonna encounter, once again, I won't spoil too much, but for these NPCs they're going to encounter, what species do we want them to be? Do we want them to just, you know, encounter a bunch of humans in a village? Do we want them to be elves? Do we want them to be mushroom people? Do we want them to be, you know, a bunch of different things? We can, they can be fairies, they can be anything. Send your suggestions and then I will see, I'll look at them and then create a poem based on what I see is the most popular ones. And Yume Haya, thank you so much for the 1 month, right? I think that's thank you for the 1 month of friendship. I appreciate it. Make sure you're taking your pet fishies on walks every day. But thank you. Maybe a mix of all three. Mushroom fairies. What about forest creatures that are corrupted in some way? For now, we're trying to think of, when I say NPCs, I'm thinking right now more of the friendly or interactable ones where they get to talk to them a bit more. There may be some people who, you know, we can start thinking of different plot points for them afterwards. But for now, you know, we'll think of, you know, once they're elves, they can be sort of corrupted or whatever, or fairies and whatnot. But for now, we're just thinking of the species first. One step at a time, guys. One step at a time. We can slowly add more and more afterwards. Elves or fairies sound fun. Mushroom people, fairies, elves, fairies, fairies. Mix of all three. Gnomes, fairies. Combat elves. Like, a player suddenly encountered them, but they attacked as a defense. We need suspense once again. One step at a time, guys. We're not thinking about how any encounter goes. First of all, we're thinking of the species they're going to encounter, not how we encounter them. The idea of flying mushroom people would be cute. Beastmen? Names sound good. Small gnomes. Name's a great choice. Yay for gnomes. Werewolves. Something small and Huntable seems chaotic. Gnomes. Ankle-biter gnomes. Fairies and mushroom people are my vote. Alright. You know what? I'm gonna take this and I forget about gnomes since it seems like elves and fairies come a lot. There's some gnomes in there. Tree people. How about this? Instead of a poll, I'm going to just read off your comments and I'm going to start creating a new species. And based on what you guys say. So I think a lot of people have been wanting to fuse different species together. So we are gonna have some kind of they're gonna be some kind of mushroom gnomes, it seems like. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? They're gonna be mushroom gnomes based on what you guys have been saying. They're mushroom gnomes, but here's the thing with them. The thing that makes them special is right now, some of them have been affected where every full moon, something about the full moon, there's some kind of transformation. Not exactly werewolves, but some kind of corruption going on with them. Where some of them turn into get corrupted during the full moon. And I guess the players can try to figure out why. Full moon equals corruption. Alright. Yeah, maybe they become poisonous mushrooms. Maybe, you know, they emit some poisonous fumes or gas or whatever. But yeah, something like that. We can work on that later. They become taller. Yeah, it's, you know, it's kind of like werewolf, but not werewolf transformation. It's the same concept as the transformation of a werewolf, but it's something different. Werewolf adjacent, pretty much. There we go. Give them hideout full moon. Okay, so for now, let's since we have, okay, what are we gonna call this? Okay, mushroom gnomes. I know you guys are smart. You guys can think of good at coming up with names. If there was a mushroom gnome, what would this species be called? Give me ideas, and we might fuse them or choose one. Call them fungi. Mushrooms, shrooms, nushes, nom-noms. Nushies? Nushies? Fungi are great. Nishies. Fungi is so cute. Shroomies. Mushrooms. Moon shrooms. Nooms, cause sounds like moon. Shromos? Shroomies. Where shrooms? I mean, you know, only some of them would be infected by the kind of werewolf thing. Gnaws, like spores. How about we call the leader the high shroom? that could be a fun idea afterwards. All right. Namush. Mushrooms. Alright, let's look at all of this. What Mushmess. Alright, trying to think for these guys. Enemies or shroomies? Trying to think of what would be a good thing to kind of mix between your guys' suggestions. Anything with ooh in it, that kind of makes sense. Foon guys. Gnomes. Noomy. Shroom guys. Alright, it'd be cool if they... Alright, we're gonna call them... Okay, something with a double O in it, I guess, since that's what you guys want. Wait, if it's not moon themed, the curse upon them is moon themed, but the moon, the mushroom gnomes are not themselves moon themed. It's just at the moment there's some kind of curse going on where during the full moon that's when some of them change, not all of them. And hello Alyssa, how's it going? Gnomes and Nushis was kind of popular. Alright, I guess we can call them... You know what, we'll go with Gnomes. I think. That kind of for now, they would be called Gnomes. Yeah. Alright. The Moon Gnomes. Alright, we'll have them as Gnomes with a G. So they're gonna be Gnomes. Okay, what they're gonna do is, right now, let's get on to, how should they look like, guys? Describe how a gnome looks like to me. Start suggesting little, characteristics of the species. I guess since they're mushroom men, or mushroom people, a lot of them are gonna have some kind of mushroom top. And Ariga, thank you for the hydration check. Everybody hydrate. Alright, everyone take your sippy sips, get water as well. Hydrate. Thank you. That was good. I forgot to hydrate. Round body. Mushroom hats, like... Alright, this is kind of a... mushroom. If we make them short, it'll make them be able to get mad, tall, and scary when transformed. I mean, anything, you know, once again, there'll be variations to, all of these guys as well. Even within... There's, like, a lot of different mushroom shapes, right? So... You know, not all of them are going to be exactly the same shape, but, you know, they'll follow the same kind of characteristics. Some like Inoki, some like Portobello. Alright. Some with stubby limbs. How humanoid are they gonna look? I assume from the description of gnomes and mushrooms, they're not gonna look too humanoid. They will have, say, like arms and legs, perhaps. Alright. Do we want... For their face, guys. For their face. There's a bunch of different ways. We could kind of go with the kind of cute... Look at me, I'm a little, my face is here. Could be a bit up as well. So it's like the head and the body separate. Then we can also do like this kind of one where they talk like this. There's a lot of different ways we can put the face. They want the 1, 2, or 3. Which one do we want? The above here, the middle, or the bottom? Middle of body. 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2. Okay, I'm seeing mostly 2, so we'll go with 2. I think beady eyes kind of I think I'm gonna give them a bit longer mouths as well. Alright. Alright, 4 legs. We might give them kind of more like nub-like legs. They're gonna all kind of be slightly bow-legged. So they almost waddle a little bit from side to side. They kind of sway from side to side as they walk. Alright, in terms of hands, there's 2 ways I'm thinking. Obviously, we can go with the same kind of nub-like hands to make them small. Like this. Or we can give them something like a bit larger hands. We can... be something like this. Wait. And be able to extend their reach a bit more. Just because, you know, this is kind of cute, but it does make it a bit more generic. This one gives them some sort of a bit more unique feature as well. Longer hands for others so that they can T-pose. What if big hands on doesn't have legs and uses it to move? They look so silly. Both would be really cute. Using the hands to move. Big hands are like boxing gloves. Like, okay, I guess they are. Can be somewhat like that. Alright, for their legs as well, what we could do is, we could even give them multiple legs. Almost like roots. So if we thin it out. They definitely skip a leg there. Yeah. Alright, we'll give them quick. I guess they all have like 4 legs or something like that. Alright, cool. What makes them gnomes? Be it, ooh, that is true. Guess this is more the mushroom aspect. What would make them more gnomes? We could add beards. Or gnome beards. The outfits. Their caps could be point. Ooh, that is true. The little red cap. That can be kind of a gnomish feature. Mm-hmm. Round noses. Little pants. Plant beard, maybe. I guess some of them can have plant beards. How would this work? I guess the plant beards can be like, on side, if I color them in, we can kind of do moss or something that grows in this kind of shape, but it doesn't have to be exactly here. if I did, I might have to remove this and trying to think how I can make the beards look a bit more. It'd almost be like bark or something. Alright, that's not exactly going straight down, but alright. I think they don't really need mouths right now. Every time they talk, their beards just move. A curly mustache, maybe you know, different variations of them could have like different different mustaches on different ones. Alright. I guess they do appear a bit more gnomish now with the little pointed hats and the beards. Alright. I'm not sure if we give them clothes. I don't know how it'd work. For some reason I can see like gnomes having like overalls. Would their priority to be able to blend in the environment or more like Smurfs? That is a good question that we can figure out as well. Like little gnome vests for shorter ones. How would this work? A little vest. All right. Put buttons on that side. All right, I guess they can have like small pieces of clothing. Doesn't have to be like functional or anything. Maybe they just have clothes to imitate what they've seen other people wear. All right. Any feminine variants, or are they all beard regardless of gender like dwarves? Alright, do we want all of the gnomes to have beards? Or do we want ones without beards as well? All beards? Alright. They all have beards, it doesn't matter. They all gonna have some variation of beards. Beards and mustaches? True. Maybe it's not male and female or anything. It's some of these will grow beards, some of them will grow mustaches. That's how you tell them apart. That's the difference between them. Alright. We'll move this over here. All right. Quick little invest on him. Okay, those are two variations. We got the mustache gnomes and the beard gnomes. Bit too far out. Still a bit too far. Just move it like that. Okay. Ooh, I should save this. Sure. Let's call them D&D one shot. Beards could have mouths? They could. I think I prefer them without. Yeah, nah, I want them without mouths. Oh, just keep it like this. Okay, that's the two different variations of the gnomes. Alright, okay, we've created the NPCs. So, you know, I might do a few different other variations of this, but imagine the mustaches and beard go crazy every full moon. That, okay, you know what? Let us do... What happens to them on a full moon? So these guys can be there. In fact, they get long and gangly like Inoki Mushroom, buffed out. They get buff and big. They turn really tall and lanky. Tall. Okay, I kind of like the tall and lanky, stringy kind of thing. Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be more because they're kind of mushroom people as well. There's only so much buffness they can get. They'll just look like a boulder at one point. A boulder with arms, which isn't too intimidating. I think giving that kind of more Slenderman look is going to be a bit more off-putting. Get melty and stringy like ink caps. Alright, so I guess... Scary soulless eyes paired with a wide terrifying smile. Maybe their bodies crack and sort of look like tree bark. That use their roots like... Okay. Pointy teeth and claws. I see the taller ones getting thin, the short ones more melty zombie-like. There's a mushroom, I forgot the name, that has red stuff coming out. Now it will be like, bruh. Alright. Black caps and ink caps have melty oozy ability. Alright, let me just search this up for a second. Blood cap mushroom. Ooh. Ink cap mushroom. Alright. Devil tooth mushrooms. Ooh. Devil-tooth mushrooms are giving me tyrophobia. Yeah, not gonna lie, I don't I don't really like looking at the devil-tooth mushrooms, so we might not do that. I kind of like the ink cap ones. What we could do is definitely if I add color to them, I think they'll be like, you know, these kind of, at the end, would be a bit more drippy and oozy. And turn darker like the ink cap kind of ones. Kind of like that, but I will add color later on. All right. It could be gaping mouths like a tree hollow, but it might clash with the long beard. Alright, maybe something like that. Would have perhaps we can make this a bit more drippy as well. Mounty. Maybe we, instead of a gradient, we can have a hard line of where the ooze kind of goes, the ink cap kind of stuff. Same for the hands and stuff. Alright. I will maybe redraw these later for the actual one-shot. But for now, that's kind of the gist of it. Maybe a variation where the bodies are really thin. Alright, we could also do that. Maybe we could also try and make this guy a bit thinner. I think having it a bit thinner might also create more of a Alright. That got 10 times creepier. Alright, that's the what we're kind of going for. I never thought something could be ugly and cute at the same time. Me at 3 AM in the kitchen. Where's the bones? They do not have any bones. They're just, you know, I don't know what they're, how it actually look like, but this is kind of the transformation. They're kind of cute. I mean, once again, they don't have to be like, because they were starting off cute, they don't have to be too scary. This is more just like, you know, perhaps what happens for encounter 1, you know how there's encounter 1, encounter 2. Encounter 1 can be obviously some of these gnomes turning into these different forms. And then they have to try to figure out, are they going to kill the gnomes there, or are they going to try just capture them and put them in like a prison so that they can try to figure out why. Stuff like that. The corrupted gnomes attack other gnomes. I guess they might. We will see. We'll have to figure out what these actually do. I wonder if they can combine to make one big gnome. I don't know. Can they combine? You know what? I want this guy to be even skinnier. Let me figure this out. How do I want this to look? I'm self-projecting this as being adventurous before and after Altus makes us mad. Is that how you guys want to look? Alright, thinking about the hands. Okay, you know what? We could do something like that. Maybe I'll start here. The guy looks like a walking stick. I want to like these so I can go around chasing other adventurers. What if the boys are watching now? I already messaged off the boys and told them not to watch this stream. So they shouldn't be looking at this stream. Alright. I've seen people posting screenshots on Twitter. Okay, you know what? Yeah, maybe I should have mentioned that. How about no one please don't screenshot this. Maybe till after maybe till after I run the one shot for the boys. So if you have, maybe remove it from Twitter and stuff, but yes, because I don't want any of the boys seeing these creature designs or anything till after I've run the one shot, so that we can get their reaction in real time when they see it. Because obviously if they've seen everything now, then they're gonna be like, oh, it's the thing we saw before, rather than, you know, seeing what the actual reaction would be. Had something like that. You know, sometimes when I'm drawing these things as well, I have a... Okay, so once again, my monitor setup looks like this. This is my main monitor. This is my drawing tablet here. I got my keyboard here. This is my keyboard. This is the main monitor. Then I have like a side monitor and stuff. So my drawing tablet has a screen on it, right? Which I use to draw. You know, for my... But a lot of times right now, instead of like looking at my drawing tablet when I draw, I'm just looking at the main screen with me on the side and everything. So kind of more like a normal tablet, drawing tablet without the screen. That's kind of how I'm using it at the moment. I'm just looking at what I draw in here rather than looking at my actual hand and pen. Yeah, like the old tablets, pretty much. But sometimes, you know, it's good because my hand doesn't get in the way of what I'm drawing or seeing. But yeah. Alright, can one of the mods actually write a little message I can pin saying, please don't screenshot or share this stream on Twitter so that the boys don't get spoiled? Sometimes it's good to have like the hip bones or something. When it has like vague hints of also being sort of humanoid as well, it can make it a bit creepier or scary as well. How would I do this beard? Draw the screaming face. Alright, thank you. I guess I can technically just draw the mouth over the beard. Might still work. Alright. I like the hollowed out mouth. It definitely gives a little bit more for the Alright, trying to figure out. Maybe one eye is covered by the gear here. Alright. You still have half your Americana left. Ooh. You rode your motorcycle for 45 minutes to buy coffee at 7-Eleven because the paper cups here are from Sunray. Ooh, which paper cups did you get? Which characters did you get? Did you get a cinema roll one? All right. By the way, Kiri is right beside me. Kiri's just like sleeping in her bed right beside me. I'm prone and hydrate. All right, everybody, quick stretch. Hydrate. All right, there we go. That's kind of you know what? I'm not sure for these gnomes if we want to even give them clothes or not. I guess on here they can have like tattered remains of clothes. yeah. Might, you know, so think of something. Maybe something like that. Okay, I think that's gonna be, for the NPCs at least. In Encounter 1, what's gonna happen is, they rip them off with one Len Wolf meme. No. Alright, so this is what they're gonna encounter first. This is gonna be, the gnomes. They get to encounter the gnomes, and they'll figure out something. They'll interact with the gnomes somehow, and I'll try and make the gnomes as kind of friendly and helpful as possible, so that when they turn into these creatures, the moon gnomes, once they turn into these, it's gonna be kind of like, I want to see as well whether the boys are just gonna straight up murder them when they turn into the were-gnomes? Moon-gnomes? I don't know what they're called, but when they turn into these guys, are they gonna try figure out a way to turn them back, or are they just gonna straight up kill them? Especially if it's like, you know, maybe this guy was helping them all along. He was trying to be as helpful as possible, but then he turns into this. What are they gonna do? I can see the boys going nope and annihilating them. Once again, that's always an option. We will see. I think if the cute NPC turns, it'll make them more motivated to save rather than Unga Bunga. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna, you know, it might not be him directly, but what I can do is, because they're trying to figure out and solve the why these guys are turning into the were-gnomes or something as well. If they save the gnomes and they don't, if they don't kill them, I'll say, like, you know, there's a few different ways to not kill them. Maybe, you know, you just have to capture them, use a net or ropes to tie them down until the full moon is over, or something like that. Or maybe they only turn into these for like a few minutes when they are exposed to the moonlight. So if, you know, they get them out of the moonlight, or they somehow cover up the moon, they'll turn back. Then if they do save these guys instead of killing them, then these guys can give more hints on what, like, how they felt when they turned. You know, maybe they heard voices of a certain thing controlling them or whatever. So pretty much, if they save them instead of killing them, they get more information and much more help. If they kill them, they have to figure it out on their own. They have to figure out everything. So, you know, we will see what they do. There's always kind of like, you know, a reward that makes sense for thinking outside the box as well. Not always. I mean, you know, if some random creature just attacks you out on the road, you're not really gonna get any information by capturing it. But in case of these guys, because they're gonna be very helpful, you know, and maybe only one or two of them turn. It's not like the whole every single gnome turns. It's you know, some kind of curse upon them. Alright, but with this we have, for the one shot at least, we have Intro, then Enchanted Forest, Encounter 1, and Alright, so encounter 1 is going to be these guys as well. And for problem solving, that's why the baby gnomes run into shelter when it's nighttime. Okay, what's gonna happen? Okay, so we still need encounter 2 and problem or non-combat. So what's gonna happen here, guys, is help me think of ideas or reasons why these guys are turning into the you know what, let's think of something for this. What is this curse called? Moonstruck? The mooning in? Curse of the fungi maiden. Moonstruck. It was a type of death punishment. Maybe they drank curse or corrupted water someone threw away. Made a deal with a demon. So the thing is, I don't think they made it for this one. They're not really gonna know why. They're just fun guys. Don't worry. They angered some kind of eldritch, so they got cursed. What about something similar to a new tree mobs in where they all linked by a heart? Looney Tunes. I mean, that can be like, you know, that Minecraft, new mob in Minecraft, that can be maybe how they, one way to defeat the encounter 2. But like, for this, in terms of this, Sigma Disease listen to too many Grindset podcasts. A chunk of space rock fell into their village, and the only ones that are... If not everyone's hands, I can only think it got infected or ingested. Imagine it's the original mushroom affecting its children, gnomes. Blue moon flower syndrome. Like they found something that they thought was edible in the forest. And maybe said flowers or things caused the ones who ate them to change. Due to flower property. Some sort of poisonous moonflower. We could do something along those lines. One of the older gnomes got too old, he started festering and affects the gnomes that are in contact with him. We do want to make like some sort of a curse that can be linked back to whatever encounter 2 is. Just so that it makes sense for them to go fight or, you know, go to encounter 2 to solve the problem. Because if it's just, you know, them getting old, then there's no encounter 2 because it's like, okay, we'll just remove the old guy. Some sort of curse accessory that made gnomes wear. Some corrupted dryad releasing pollen that affects The shroom people. Maybe their encounter too is the moon, the mother flower. Like Ochu from Final Fantasy. I don't know that. I don't know that reference. How about a bad alchemist enemy and the concoction are the source of corruption, evil space fungi. Infecting fungi. We'll keep it They're picking just something from a certain tree, and when they try to destroy it, it turns into a boss fight. We're selecting on their lore. You know what? I've got an idea, actually. You know how these guys wear random clothes that they just find? All of the little clothes that you say they wear. Perhaps these clothes, they just find it from like, you know, they live in an enchanted forest, lots of adventurers go in there, explorers, trying to, you know, maybe slay the evil monster that lives deep inside the enchanted forest, or like, whatever it is, and these are kind of like, you know, they, they kind of just take, when they find, clothes lying around, they just kind of take them, find them and wear them, just because, you know, that's what they see other people doing. But then maybe one of the explorers had a cursed item with them, and you know, maybe he's wearing some kind of like a necklace or something that's actually a cursed amulet of something. But he just found it and it looked pretty. He saw it on the dead body, didn't realize why the body was dead. And so, you know, maybe the only ones who turn into these kind of horror things are the ones with the cursed magical items. So I guess if the ravenous boys are perceptive enough, they can kind of see that maybe the two that turn were the ones with the shiny metal items, when none of the rest have shiny metal items. The plot is plotting. Yeah. And you know what? Maybe spotting the difference, yeah. And perhaps, okay, I'm thinking along the lines of this is just my DM brain going. But since they find it on the dead bodies, perhaps there's a spot they always go, that they always find a. It's a bit morbid, but you know, they find a pile of dead bodies always in that particular spot. So it could kind of be like, you know, they go to a certain place to what if the shiny metal items are made of bones or something, so it looks more like belongs to the outfits and less noticeable? We want it to be noticeable. The thing is, most of the time, if you want to, a lot of the time when you try to be smart and hide things too much, players won't pick it up at all. You have to make it kind of obvious for them. It's better to make it a bit more obvious and just let them discover it, rather than being too subtle about these things. I wonder what is the corrupted spot where the bodies are. For the bodies, Like those old thing ancient people have, they put dead people who can't afford burials. Sometimes they'll look onto something that wasn't meant to be anything and it all derails. Very true. What they've encountered too is under an ancient oak tree with body bags hanging off it. Whatever, a bunch of fairy circles. It's a spellcaster or a ghost, a lich. What if dead bodies were criminals? It's kind of like a pit for bodies. Dungeon. I don't think it'll be a dungeon opening because if they get to a dungeon, then they have to do a whole dungeon crawl to get to the end. So it's most likely something these guys always find. Or maybe, you know what could be a little less morbid. These mushroom men, or the gnomes, the gnomes collect the clothes and everything. They always get to a certain spot. And then it's kind of like a certain spot in the forest where they always just find a bunch of like random pieces of armor, random pieces of clothes and everything. But there's never any bodies. We keep a bit more of a mystery there. And so it's like, maybe it's the location of some legend of it, but so that's Barry's site, I think. I don't think we can wait. It's not like a closed dumping ground, but it's more like kind of like almost as if the bodies disappeared and the clothes were just left behind. And so if the players come here, they're gonna see, like, you know, maybe clothes left in the imprint of somebody. But it's kind of like a mystery. Why are they left behind there? So pretty much whatever's causing this is going to be encountered too. But then the thing is, we got to just link breaking the curse of these kind of accessories. We've somehow figuring out like linking the curse of the accessories back to this place as well. Can you hear the plane flying overhead? So loud. So I can open clearing with gnomes. Wait, what if the area was sealing off something and they picked up the pieces, then let the curse break? Then they have to kill the thing the stuff belongs to. What if the accessories aren't originally cursed, but whatever monster kills the adventurers is the one that curses them? Killing it would... You know what? Okay. How about this? I kind of like that idea. What we're gonna do is this kind of circle It's gonna be, I don't know, a stone circle or something. Something obvious that it's an artificially made circle rather than a natural formation. With all of the clothes and everything in it. It's going to be a... it's gonna be like a treasure hoard for some other creature. So it's kind of like, you know, it might not look like a dragon's treasure hoard with all the gold, but it's kind of like whatever creature is killing these adventurers and keeping all their stuff within this circle. And it's kind of like a curse within the circle. So if anyone takes an item from outside of this circle, well, from inside the circle, then and wears it, then that's gonna curse them. It's gonna curse them and turn them into some kind of thing during the full moon. And the only way for them to remove that is by bringing the items back and putting it back into the circle. And that will remove the curse. So pretty much they gotta, you know, maybe they can't even remove the necklace and the bracelet. If they want to remove it, then they have to bring it back here. So they have to bring these mushroom men to the circle. Like disrupting a sacred site, sort of, but it's, yeah. I guess we just gotta figure out what kind of creature will make that together. Is going to be the one doing that. But obviously when they bring the mushroom men back and try return the items, whatever creature's there is going to also want to have their items to add to the pile. So they're going to be attacked by whatever creature that is. So that's going to be encountered too. A magpie. But yeah, maybe will we design the monster today? Yes, that's what we're gonna do. That's the last thing. We're gonna design the monster for Encounter 2. And then, yeah, that's gonna be kind of for the stream today. So the creature could either be a Fae, Orc, Goblin, or Dark Elf. I don't want you guys to think of being shoehorned into particular fantasy races or anything. This creature could literally be anything. Well, kind of like these mushroom gnomes, we'll do a combination of things to create a new creature rather than just using existing kind of things as well. Because as you can probably tell, as a DM, I like homebrewing a lot of things. So for those of you who don't know, homebrew kind of like refers to when you make up things yourself for like TTRPGs as well. So if I homebrew like a new world or a new monster or a new species and everything, then yeah. Alright, so for this dark creature that curses anyone that steals from their magical cursed hoard, what are they gonna look like? Give me ideas and we'll create it together. This girl's creature of awe, a human. Alright, you know, we're gonna create some sort of monster. So if you guys, you know what, you guys can just tell me what you think, what kind of creatures suit this sort of vibe, and then we'll start mashing creatures together. Something that looks like it would kind of belong in an enchanted forest as well. Some kind of insect plant related creature. Yeah, along those lines would be really good. Because it kind of fits the forest vibe, you know, with the insects or plants. Definitely something insectile. With you know, it can be an insect, like an insect version of like a different creature, if you know what I mean. So don't think of insects anymore, but we can insectify a different creature to create something new. Insect version of adventurers. Once again, it is Encounter 2. This is gonna be that big bad guy for this one shot. So we wanted to make it a bit more scary and something that they feel like if they overcome and defeat, it's gonna be a victory for them. If it's just a little insect in Zentra, it's not gonna feel like a very big victory. Even if it's like a little, you know, has to be something more than that. You trying to say we aren't scary? No, not at all. Can we have something that came from underground, worm, mole? I mean, it could be something that burrows as well. Something between a giant mosquito one thing but undead and spit in acid and summon in smaller ones. Crows. Can't we just be a little spider at Zentra? I mean, you guys can be whatever you want to be, but this is the bad guy they're going to defeat. Dragon magpie. Could it be based off an isopod? Because they eat and prey off of mushrooms. Let me... Oh. A dragon that looks like an insect? We could do something like that. Something with fly eyes maybe. Kind of uncomfortable to look at up close. Literally thought of a dragonfly. Ooh, a dragonfly could be a good base for it. Insectified snake or deer. Spiders or snakes? Embrace the inner Australian in you. Alright, what about a dragonfly spider snake? But for the dragonfly, make it a little more dragon. Wait, what about the half human, half spider? Something that's a dead carcass but being controlled by something inside would be cool. Alright, you know what? Let's go with the... What did I just say? The dragonfly... spider snake. Alright. Here we go. Let's make something like this. We'll see how it goes. Using all our brain power is thirsty work. Thank you so much, Willow, for the hydration check. Everyone remember to hydrate. Alright, I better see everyone taking sips. Everyone hydrate. Alright, Alright, let me just search up dragonflies and stuff to get a reference for them. Alright. Dragonfly. A dragonfly's face is terrifying. It kind of is. Alright, let me see if I can get a zoomed up reference of their face. Big eyes, thin bodies. Being able to draw your own monsters for D&D is OP. True. Okay, so for the general thing on how we're gonna do it, say this is the head, which might look like a dragonfly. Snake. What we might do is have the dragonfly head attached to like a snake-like neck. And then it's gonna be kind of a dragonfly slash spider body with the 8 legs, and then it's going to have a snake-like tail. Something like that, I think, is going to be what we're gonna do here. But because it is more insectoid, we're going to break it up into like little different carapace pieces as well. Maybe thin and lanky body, so it feels connected to... True. Guess for the body we could definitely make it a bit thinner. Maybe, no wings, maybe it can hover. we'll put wings. We'll add some kind of wings to it as well. All right. Once again, we'll make it a bit more fantasy-ish in a second. Like I'll add, say, spines running down its back and everything afterwards. All right. So dragonfly's face. I'm looking at it. Has these little antennas here. They got giant eyes. Pretty much the size of their face. How do their mouths go? Mouth. Alright, let me search. Still kind of a bit complicated to figure out how a dragonfly's face actually works. The mouth part can be snake-like. True. Maybe it's just a spider mouth. Ooh. Let me spider mouth. All right. What we can do here is kind of keep going with the whole mix of everything. So, okay, from the reference I can see here, it has eyes here. And it's got 4 more eyes here. Alright, we do want this to look kind of creepy as well. It's a kind of darker design here. kind of more how the spider's mouth goes. We do want it to look kind of alright, what I might do for the dragon. Trying to think for the dragonfly's eyes, I might make them a bit different. Nightmare fuel. That's the point of the a lot of these creatures, right? Am I crazy? Why is that kind of cute? We will see in a second if it still looks cute once I'm done making this. Alright, just have to figure out how to make it look a bit more dragonfly as well. Whoop. This dragonfly eyes sort of look like that as well. Dragonfly wings are one of the distinct features, true. Alright, we'll have some kind of hooked thing. Once again, doesn't have to make the most sense, it just has to be kind of creepy. This is where its face goes. Top of the head kind of looks like a human skull to me as well, which looks cool. Alright. How do we make it look a bit more dragonish? Okay, but I don't know what I'm doing here, but I kind of like the look of that for the face. Alright, you know what? Let's make this as well. A little more unwelcoming. Rather than just having 2 round puffy things. Hear you out. Let me try actually different things. See what we can do. Let me look for a different spider mouth. Perhaps I can find something. So long as it looks Alright, how would I do this? Like some inside. If we start giving it a bit more snake-like features. You know what? We'll tackle the rest of the face a bit later. Let's work on something else first. We'll work on the maybe leave it open. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, right now, not sure what I want to exactly do with the mouth there. But we'll figure out something. Alright. just the connected segments can be like this. Alright, so we'll make it a bit skinnier. Alright, then this is the body piece. Perhaps when we come back to it, we could try extend the dragon-like mouth with the spider appendage around the mouth. Perhaps, I guess we can do something like that. Alright. How many connections does a spider have? Is it 3? Spider. Guess it's just multiple. Alright, for now, let's just, these would just go out somewhere here. Alright. Do a quick thing here. This will also go around, I guess. I'll figure out the rest of the legs later. There's a lot of legs. Alright, in terms of the tail, two parts of the body and the legs all come from connection. Yeah, alright, how do we want the tail? The scorpion tail could tie it in nicely. It could come like a round club Like I think for the legs, instead of doing it this way, they all should be kind of like going up like this a little bit more as well. But that's okay. Maybe I can make those adjustments later. Right. What we can do here is kind of combine, I guess, a dragonfly wing with a sort of dragon-ish wing, since it's like a dragonfly implying a fantasy dragon and a fly, and a dragonfly not just a actual dragonfly. And that kind of is the other wing. Alright. We could do something like that for the wings. I say that, the only thing is overall. Trying to think how to make it a bit it's like halfway there, but not 100% given the effect that I want. In terms of, I guess how... dangerous it looks. Definitely will have to have like some kind of, maybe give it bottom jaw that unhinges with mandibles on the side. Alright, we might try that. You know what, let me erase this for a second. Alright, I'm just searching up some different snakes now to see if I can find something that looks a little more... Trying to figure out how to make it look a little more creepy. I cannot see the eyes and the big gap. Alright, you know what? Let's redraw the face again and we'll see if we can come up with something. I'll just take this away for now. Actually, before I take everything away, how about I do this? Just keep that there, and we'll do it. And spiders have paws. The spider paws, not gonna lie, if you zoom in on it, it kind of looks kind of cute. Alright. We do go for a more snake-like appearance. Alright, so let's just figure this out. Kind of want to be even more unhinged. Multiple eyes, we can definitely add multiple eyes. Just trying to think right now what shape I kind of want for everything. What about multiple heads like Cerberus does? Dragonflies have 5 eyes. I boop the snoot. You know what? I am thinking, actually, just because with the whole curse thing, I kind of wanted, okay, for me when I think of the cursed items, rather than just a monster creature, I kind of think of more of like, say, an evil witch or something like that. So I'm trying to think how I can kind of incorporate that a bit more into the design rather than just a... This could be their pet, true. Alright, this is going to be dripping with that same kind of black ink-capped teeth. A shaman with a snake-like mask and spider legs, maybe dragon wings. You know what we could do? Okay, if I make this a bit smaller, keep it here. Let's say we have like a hunched figure here. Maybe kind of like that shaman. They've got robes and everything. And then out of here, comes spider legs. And this is like a big cloak on top that has a almost spiderish body. It's like almost a tail coming out, has this kind of thing. It can be like hold build in some kind of stuff here with the moon. Yeah, a bit more, Chimera-esque. Maybe something like that. Alright, I'm trying to think how I want the face to look like. But, something like that could. They make it flare out a little bit like a cobra as well. Could give it a bit more of a creepy feeling as well. I think if it has some kind of mask, it should be okay. perhaps like a... I don't know, I'll figure it out later. One giant eye peeking from the hood. I feel like, this, as cool as it seems, I don't know, it's not completely working for me for this. I might kind of maybe stick with more of this. Trying to figure out what would work more. Maybe. Stick with that mushroomish theme. Could even just make him like one of the gnomes, but like a kind of twisted one. Alright, maybe it's just a little more fitting for the whole theme. Alright. How would his hands go? For now. Just gonna have lots of drops everywhere. Have to think of how his face is gonna look like. I think that kind of suits this a bit more. Sad face. I'm trying to figure out how can we make his face look the most unsettling. Use Frogmaru's face, but make it tiny. Kind of like skewed Picasso painting. Is it a gnome or is it similar looking? I think it's like it was a gnome, but got twisted somehow. He's kind of cute. Yeah, right now he is. I'm trying to figure out how to make him not so cute. Can we keep him? Wow, you want to keep him? I mean, he doesn't have to look super horror-ish, I guess. But he's so cute at the moment. Yeah, have to how big is he? This is a standard human. This is one standard human, and This is the normal mushroom, guys. Alright, this is kind of working on making it look a bit more terrifying. Alright. There we go. We've managed to make him look not cute. All right. It looks even grosser that way. Actually, what we could do is these two front ones. They're just spawning out. Kind of want them to be alright. He was so cute and happy, then this happens. So if they beat him, does he get back to his cute form and the curse is lifted from all? I think in his case, no. I mean, if they defeat him, yes, then everyone else goes back to normal. But I don't think he does. Maybe they can speak of, you know, they don't have to directly link it to him, but like, they'll speak of a certain gnome that went missing. And he will, of course, be the missing one. The missing gnome. His name is Jeff. What if you stretch the mouth longer? Well, I was calling the other two gnomes Johnny and Jim. You know what? At this point, it doesn't even need to be a separate click or anything. It's just and I kind of like it, actually. Coming out from underneath. Maybe make his mouth or face lopsided. That's true. It can be a bit more like, it looks like it's melting a little bit more. Let's with this guy. If Mom asked me to go outside. All right. It really is just one big blob with legs. I need a desk lamp like that. Alright. This is guess it is definitely looking a bit more how, at least given the vibe I wanted. A little bit more. Do we want something like that? No. If it's well into the story, it does. Looks a bit slimy, is making it, yeah. Is there anything else we can give it? Not really. Trying to think if we can give it some horns for no other reason then. Maybe small horns. So then a mushroom crown, and these are dripping as well. Alright. What about open spores that spew gas? Can there be a trail? What kind of trail? Ooh, you know what? I have an idea to make this even creepier. There'll be multiple faces all over this body. All right. I think that is definitely a lot more along the lines of something of a final monster. Maybe as well here. It's almost like a crime. All right, there we go. We have created a... Am I weird for saying that it looks edible? If you see something like this, I would advise not eating it. Gonna make sure that the rim around here. All right. Where's his bling? I would never come out from the house if I know there's creatures like this nearby. That's why the gnomes get the ravenous boys to do it for them. All right. We're going to, I do want to give him a little piece of cursed jewelry or something like that. Just trying to figure out where or what to give him. You know what? We could do like here. No, actually, I got a different idea. How about we... I want something on the hat that has it. Yeah, I was thinking of some kind of crown. Why not make a crown of mushrooms? Because it has to be made of metal, so they can kind of see that it's the cursed item as well. If it's just mushrooms, then it's just part of him. Otherwise, it can be... Actually, something just sticking out of him like this. Like a moon scepter kind of thing. Yeah, alright. You know what? We'll settle for this. This is how he can cast magic. And I guess if the boys want, they can attempt to try pull this out as well. It looks like his hat has a wand, kind of. I would say if the boys can successfully pull this out, then he can't cast any more magic. And that's going to reduce how strong he is by a lot. How to get close? That's for them to figure out. You guys don't have to worry. You guys will be fine. Does he get back to his cute size after being... if they pull it out? I guess... Trying to think. I guess it could... Maybe if they do pull it out, no. If they pull it out, he will reduce in size slightly. But the main thing is he can't cast any more magic if they pull it out. If they... I'm trying to think what would lift the curse, because I guess the most cursed thing is the whole scepter is the cursed part. So maybe if somehow they break it. Alright, I have to figure out a way, but there's going to be some kind of way to break the curse. So if the boys try to use it, they will be cursed. This is just my brain, but I don't see it getting small. Just can't use magic. Maybe it gets mad and more physical. Yeah, I mean we could also do that. It doesn't change it too much whether it gets small or not. I guess yeah, I guess if the boys manage to take out the scepter, then can't use magic, so it will definitely use more physical attacks. Alright, it can definitely be along the lines of something like that. Alright, if they break the moon, does the order kill the boss? It does not. Okay, instead of just... Okay, if it's... So, I guess for the fight, for encounter 2, if they take out the scepter, he can't cast any more magic. And if he, if they return all the items to the circle... I'm trying to think, what can happen? Alright. Okay, so in my mind, this scepter is going to be a cursed scepter. It's going to be called like the... I don't know what it's called. I would think of the name, but it's kind of like a offering to some kind of moon god. But it's pretty much, its function is, it's a cursed scepter, whoever holds it, will try to gather as much treasures as possible to offer to the moon god. So I guess that's kind of what's going to be why he's doing all of this, and why he's got the little circle with everything in it. It pretty much just controls whoever's doing it to find all the treasure and offer it. Alright. So, yeah, they're just trying to stop him from offering. And, you know, just as a, how it's gonna work, because, you know, plot timing as well. By the time they get to face this guy, he's going to just have almost enough or enough treasure to offer to the moon god. And obviously that night is also gonna be like, I don't know, a blood moon, a full moon, some kind of thing like that. And so I guess during their battle, the ritual, like, you know, the ritual offering's going to start. So yeah, they'll have to figure out a way to stop the ritual happening. Blood moon is rarer than a full moon. Well, lucky enough, it is D&D and it can happen anytime. And it just so happens that it's gonna happen on the night that they have to go and investigate this. Let's get plot armor. It's a one shot. This just to make things more exciting, you know. This that's just what happens. Now I'm curious with the storyline. I've already honestly thought of the storyline while we're making this monster and everything in my head already. So I've kind of got it down, but once again, I don't want to spoil everything for you guys. So we will you know, I won't mention some things, but yeah. It will make sense when you see it. But I guess all you guys need to know for now is that there's some kind of ritual going on. And this poor gnome picked up the scepter thinking this was a nice shiny object, and then got cursed to an eternity of collecting treasure to offer to the blood god, or blood moon god, or some kind of god. Alright, I will most probably refine these sketches later on and maybe give them a bit of color. Not sure if I'll give them color or not, maybe I will. Maybe some base colors. But yeah, I guess we have made the monsters and NPCs that are going to be for this one shot. So we have, once again, Encounter 1. It's an offering based, maybe the infected gnomes trying to steal and collect more trinkets. That is true. I guess anyone affected by the ink, I'm gonna call it like, since the ink caps, anyone affected by the ink is going to want to procure more trinkets, whether that's by aggressive or non-aggressive means. They would try like take things from others. But this is the gnomes, the NPCs they're going to sort of make friends with. And this is going to be the main bad guy. Alright. But I think that's gonna be it for me today as well. Alright. There we go. A little bit of a curation. We finished creating everything. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. This was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Once again, it's kind of fun to see where things go and see, based on your ideas and suggestions, what we create together. But there we go. You guys created a new fantasy race called gnomes. Alright, well, I can't wait to for you guys to, you know, I'll plan things out properly, and we will, you know, I will run the one shot most probably, I think in the second half of March sometime. Just so it gives me enough time to plan and also catch Nayo up on how to play D&D and everything. But now you know at least the main encounters for yeah, it's gonna be the main encounters for the one shot. Once again, please remember, don't put any screenshots or anything on Twitter, so that the boys don't see anything and doesn't, you know, it doesn't spoil it for them. Because that's, if you do, then it's just going to lessen the fun for the boys if you do that. So please do not take any screenshots or clips of this stream in particular until after I run the one shot. Then you can if you want to. Alright, beside that, in terms of my schedule for next week, it has not been approved yet. It is still pending, so can't really show you guys anything. Yeah, can't really share the schedule at the moment. Any hints? Let me see. Any hints at the schedule? Okay, for the schedule, so tomorrow is going to be a Zatsu stream, but I did want to play a game while doing the Zatsu stream, but I'm not sure. Once again, I will have to wait for the Dark Overlords to approve, but I guess I was planning to, once again, it might not happen, but I was planning to play Cats Organized Neatly. You know that puzzle game where you just fit the cats into the little squares and stuff. So I was planning to do that in the background while we just have a Zatsu and talk and everything. So that might be kind of fun. Yeah. And then Tuesday. Okay, this is the potential schedule. Once again, it might change because it hasn't been approved yet. But Tuesday should be It Takes Two with Malem. Hopefully we can finish the game. We'll see if we can speedrun and make sure we finish it, maybe. We'll see how fast we can do it, but it may take some time. But It Takes Two should be on Tuesday. Speaking of Neko, is Kiri still napping? Kiri's right beside me still. She's just chilling out. Alright, Wednesday. Wednesday's another Zatsu stream, but it's gonna be on someone else's channel. So, yeah. It'll be a collab Zatsu on someone else's channel. I shall not say who until it's confirmed. Until I get the approval and everything. Collab Zatsu, yes. Thursday should be Marvel Rivals. With a Marvel rival. With a few people. Hopefully. I'm aiming to have a 6-person team there. But we'll see. We'll see who pops on for the Marvel Rivals on Thursday. Friday is going to be an endurance stream, guys. I don't know. I might play for 8 hours. I might play for 10 hours. Who knows? But Friday is going to be Monster Hunter Wilds. I am super looking forward to Monster Hunter Wilds. It's going to be a very long stream. It comes out. It releases on Friday. So yeah. Make sure you're there, okay, guys? Once again, you know, I want as many people watching that as possible. We got to let the Dark Overlords know that you guys want to see it, okay? So you gotta pop by that stream and show your support so Dark Overlords are like, oh, okay, he should keep playing this game. Alright, so you guys gotta pop up for that stream. Saturday is going to be another art stream. I will announce what kind of art stream it will be, but it should be a lot of fun. A art stream on Saturday. And on Sunday, we should be playing Puppy Playtime Chapter 4. So I think that is kind of how it's gonna look like at the moment. Gonna catch up with Chapter 4. So that is kind of how the schedule is looking. The only thing is, looking at the schedule now as well, I kind of realized we don't have Minecraft. I think this is gonna be one of the first weeks without Minecraft. But it's okay, we can do Minecraft the following week. Yeah. Alright, but that is going to be it for today, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the little planning and creative session for D&D. And not gonna lie, I'm kind of glad we changed, like, do I have anything? Yes. I'm kind of glad I changed from this design. I think from this design, that's adorable. It is, I mean, it could work for just a random creature, but the good thing about this is I can think of it like a cursed witch or wizard kind of thing, and I can, this thing, cursed thing, is going to be will be able to talk or like sort of communicate with the player, so I can make it a little bit more fun rather than just a creature that doesn't have much communication skills. So yeah, this should be a lot of fun. We'll see how it goes. You guys will see the one shot once again, most likely later half of March. Should be a lot of fun. Alright, there we go. Let me reset my drawing tablet and everything. But that is it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Something a bit different. I've been wanting to do a bit more art streams now. I feel like it's been a while since our last art stream as well. And I don't know, I've been feeling like trying to do things a bit more creative and drawing stuff again. I feel like I haven't been drawing that much recently, so I do want to get a bit more into art again. It was fun creating the monsters. Yeah, but hopefully in the future. Once again, when I get my reference sheet, I will definitely start drawing more and posting more on Twitter. But yeah. We're just gonna have to wait a little bit more, guys. I think I did kind of get an estimate, maybe, of when my reference sheet will come. But it's still gonna be a little while. I can't tell you guys yet because I haven't confirmed with Dark Overlords. But it's gonna take a little while still. So don't expect it anytime soon, guys. But hopefully once it does come, then I can start drawing stuff again. Still excited for Pet Fish reference sheet too? Yes. Starting ref sheet, prayer circle. Don't forget, guys, as well. Next, in 2 weeks' time, in less than 2 weeks, it's gonna be my birthday. By the way, I might start, you know, saying this nearly every stream just to remind you guys, but less than 2 weeks to my birthday. So there is the birthday hashtag. Altus has cake 2025. If you guys do want to contribute anything or you know, draw, create anything for my birthday, I will be going through the hashtag during the first part of the stream and the end of the stream if we don't get through everything as well. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun, as well as not sure when, but birthday merch should be released sometime around that time, or birthday merch pre-orders or whatever it is. So I can't wait for you guys to see what my birthday merch is. But birthday merch, guys. Also, if you haven't seen already on Twitter, if you're on Twitter, I did create a community tab thingy. I don't know what it's called. I guess it's just called a community. So if you get to my profile, it should be pinned on my profile as well for the community. So feel free to join as well. I made Bar Sensei, so you guys can join Bar Sensei if you guys haven't already. But once again, thank you so much for popping by. And I will see you tomorrow for some sort of Zatsu. It's either just going to be a normal Zatsu, or it's going to be a cats with cats organized neatly Zatsu. Either way, tomorrow's Zatsu at should be around 7 or 8 p.m. JST, around that time. Alright. Anyway, everyone's in chat, a big Otsuani, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. I will see you tomorrow. But, once again, until our next adventure, adventurers, roll out. Bye-bye.